Yearling Milker Alpines, I believe we have a single entry. Once again, we welcome everyone to the 2026 Kentucky State Fair Dairy Goat Show. We have a lot of wonderful animals for you to look at today, so we are getting started. Stand corrected, these are our 2-year-old Alpine milkers. 2-year-old Alpine milkers.
A nice pair of Alpine 2-year-old milkers to start off our show with this morning. Starting off with the doe here in one today. She has a more capacious mammary system today, more balance when viewed from the side than the doe here in two. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth into that barrel, more spring of rib today than the doe in two. The doe in two really want to come in for that nice openness of ribbing. Our first doe will be our first place udder today as well. Thank you.
Winner of your 2-year-old Alpine milker class goes to Debbie Haberlin. Second to Harriet Wilkins. We are now ready for our 3-year-old Alpine milkers. 3-year-old Alpine milkers, please.
This is our class of 3-year-old Alpine milkers. Starting off the class with the doe in one. She has the advantage today in mammary system. She's higher and wider into that rear udder today, with more extension to that forward udder than the doe in two. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of heart today than this doe here in two. Our first place doe will be our first place udder. Our second place over third doe here. The second place doe has the advantage today in dairy strength. She's showing us more substance of bone today than the doe in three. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of barrel, more width of barrel today than the doe in three. She does, however, yield slightly in that mammary system, that height to the rear udder we're seeing in this third place doe today. And for that reason, our third place doe will be my second place mammary today. Thank you.
In our 3-year-old Alpine milkers, first place goes to Faith Hitch, second to Debbie Haberlin, third to Caitlin Kreider. We are now ready for our 4-year-old Alpine milkers.
Really nice single entry here in our 4-year-old Alpine milker class. Really appreciate the attachment of this mammary system. A very capacious doe, well deserving of a blue. We'll see her back in the lineup. Yes.
Winner of your 4-year-old Alpine milker goes to Kevin Kinney. We are now ready for our 5-year-old Alpine milkers.
All right, this is our class of 5 and over Alpine milkers. Starting off the class with this doe here in one today, she has the advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more balance between the halves, more desirable texture to that mammary system today than this 7-year-old doe behind her. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width into that chest floor today than the doe here in two. Our first place doe will be my first place udder. This second place doe here, really want to commend her for the nice smoothness of blending we're seeing in that front end. Thank you.
Your first place 5-year-old goes to Debbie Haberlin, second to Mackenzie Nayhouse. We are now ready to pick for our champion Alpine. I need those first and second animals back into the ring, please. First and second animals into the ring.
This is our lineup for our Alpine Grand and Reserve Milker. Starting back here, we have a really lovely 2-year-old. Really appreciate the depth of body that we're seeing in her. Really nice balance to that mammary system. This 3-year-old here, a doe who's so stylish and elegant, really beautiful doe on the move. Appreciate that length of rump we're seeing today, as well as that really nicely attached mammary system, coupled with some really nice general appearance there. Moving up to our 4-year-old, another doe who's very stylish and elegant on the move, with a mammary system that is just so well attached, with so much extension to that foreudder, and balance when viewed from the side today. Moving up to our age doe here, a doe who is really a nice, powerful doe, and very obviously productive milking doe today. For me, I think that the doe who has the advantage today is just showing us a little more extension, smoothness of blending of that foreudder today, and it's going to be our 4-year-old. She'll be our grand today. Congratulations. As she was a single entry, there's no second place to bring in, and it is our 3-year-old here who will be our reserve grand. Another doe who just has a beautifully balanced mammary system when viewed from this side and the rear. Just a beautiful doe. Congratulations. Keep all the for oh sorry best the best setter will go to our grand.
As we're verifying tattoos, I don't see any group classes for the Alpine breed, so we will be heading into the Saanen breed. According to my book, we have no Saanen yearling milkers, so we'll be getting ready for the 2-year-old.
Really nice single entry here to start off our Saanen Milker show. A doe who is uh, very strong in that mammary system today. A very obviously productive doe, well deserving of a blue ribbon.
Your son and 2-year-old milker winning goes to Michaela Cornett. We're now ready for our 3-year-old son and milkers.
This is our class of 3-year-old Sauna milkers. Starting off with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in mammary system. She has a more capacious mammary today than this doe here in two. More height to that rear udder that we're seeing. More balance when viewed from the side than the doe in two. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us a longer barrel today than the doe here in two. The doe in two over the doe in three. For her advantage in general appearance, she's straighter on those forelegs, more properly angulated in those rear legs up into the stifle today than the doe in three. And then in terms of mammary system, she's showing us more balance when viewed from the side overall than the doe here in three. The doe in three want to come in for that nice openness of ribbing.
In your son and 3-year-old milkers, first place goes to Michaela Cornett, second to Michaela Cornett, third to Adam Light. We're now ready for our 4-year-old son and milkers.
Nice single entry here in our 4-year-old Sauna Milkers class. Doe who's just tremendously powerful with really nice texture to that mammary system today. Well deserving of a blue. We'll see her back in the lineup. nice single entry here in our 5 and over sauna milker class. Really appreciate the depth of body we're seeing on this doe, the nice openness of ribbing. Doe who's obviously very productive, well deserving of a blue ribbon.
Winner of your 5-year-old sawing class goes to Michaela Cornett. We're now ready for our first and seconds to come in. First and seconds of our sawing class winners.
This is our lineup for our Sonic Grand and Reserve Milker. Some really nice, productive, powerful does out here today. I think that overall there's a doe who stands out as having the most well-attached mammary system coupled with some very nice general appearance, particularly angulation to those rear legs, the way that she tracks around the ring. And that's going to be our 2-year-old. She'll be our grand today. Thank you. When we look back up into the line, the doe who is also showing us, the most well-attached mammary system, the most balance in general appearance, body capacity. When we look at these elder does, it'll be our 3-year-old. She'll be our reserve grand. Congratulations. And our grand is also our best udder.
Once we verify the tattoos and make sure they're all correct, we will have a couple of group classes, but we need the La Manchas to be making their way to ringside, please. La Manchas to ringside. Grand. Thank you. Did he find it? Okay, it looks like we don't have a La Mancha yearling milker, so I need those 2-year-olds to ringside, please. 2-year-old La Manchas to ringside. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we have no La Mancha yearling milkers. These will be your 2-year-old milkers.
This is our class of 3-year-old La Mancha, 2-year-old La Mancha milkers, starting off the class with a really strong pair here at the head of the line. Today, I think that the doe here in first has the advantage in general appearance. She's a little tighter in that front end assembly, particularly that point of elbow whenever she's on the move than the doe here in two. And then in terms of mammary system, those teats point a little bit more directly down today than the doe here in two. Our first place will be our first udder. 2/3 in her turn for her advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more balance when viewed from the side today, more height than width up into that rear udder today than the doe here in three. And then in terms of that fore udder, she's just showing us a little more extension to that fore udder today than the doe in three. 3/4 for her advantage in dairy strength. She's showing us a longer, leaner neck today, more substance of bone than we're seeing in this fourth place doe. And then in mammary system, she's showing us more capacity to that mammary, more balance between the halves than this doe here at the end of the line. The doe at the end of the line like to come in for that nice openness of ribbing.
In the ring now, we have our 3-year-old La Mancha milkers. We will need the 4-year-olds on standby, please.
Lovely class of 3-year-old La Mancha milkers, a really beautiful class overall. This first place doe today has the advantage in mammary system. She's showing us slightly more balance between the halves today than the doe here in 2. And then in terms of general appearance, she's just showing us a slight advantage to that smoothness of blending of that neck up into that withers today than the doe in 2. 2/3 in her turn for her advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more width up into that rear udder today, more extension to that fore udder, more smoothness of that blending of that fore udder up into that body wall today. In terms of dairy strength, she has a longer bone pattern throughout today than the doe in 3. 3/4 for her advantage in dairy strength. She's cleaner up into that thigh today than the doe here in 4. And then in terms of mammary system, she's showing us more height up into that rear udder today, more balance when viewed from the side than this doe here in 4. 4/5 for her advantage in mammary system. She has a more capacious mammary overall. She's higher and wider up into that rear udder, more extension, smoothness of blending of that forerudder than this doe here in 5. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth into the heart today, more width into that chest floor. This 5th place doe would like to come in for that openness of ribbing.
First place in our 3-year-old La Mancha class goes to Faith Hitch, second to Rodney Danowski, third to John Tyler Green. We're now ready for our 4-year-old La Mancha milkers.
Beautiful class of 4-year-old La Mancha milkers, starting off with the doe in one today. She has the advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more height to that rear udder today than the doe in two. And then in terms of general appearance, she's tracks around the ring a little stronger on those rear pasterns today than the doe in two. 2/3 for her advantage in mammary system. She shows us more balance when viewed from the side today, more height up into that rear udder than the doe here in three. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's cleaner in that fly in that thigh today than the doe in three. The doe in three, I want to come in. She's a really powerful doe, so much width throughout.
First place in your 4-year-old La Mancha Milker goes to Faith Hitch. Second to Rodney Danowski. Third to Rodney Danowski. We are now ready for our 5-year-old and over La Mancha Milkers. Entering the ring now, we have our 5-year-old and older La Mancha Milkers. 5-year-old and older.
This is our class of 5 and over does, starting off with the doe here in one today. She has the advantage in mammary system. She's higher and wider up into that rear udder with overall more capacious mammary than we're seeing in the doe in two. She also has the advantage in body capacity, showing us more depth of barrel, more spring of rib than the doe here in two today. Doe in two want to come in for that nice openness of ribbing, and our first place doe is our first udder as well.
In your 5-year-old La Mancha class, first place goes to Faith Hitch, second to Bailey Smith. I now need all my first and second place winners for the drive for Champion La Mancha.
This is our lineup for our La Mancha Grand and Reserve milker. Real feast for the eyes out here for any La Mancha or just dairy goat lover in general. Really beautiful, balanced does. All 8 of them out here. I think today that there's a doe who really excels in general appearance, that smoothness of blending, coupled with a beautiful mammary that's really well balanced. And that's going to be our 2-year-old. She's going to be our grand champion. Congratulations. So we move in the second place doe, a doe who has so much strength and substance of bone, balance with femininity, really beautiful dairy type doe. She's maybe not showing us quite as much maturity. Obviously, she's a 2-year-old as some of the does ahead of her in line today. And in terms of mammary system, there are some does ahead of the line who maybe have a little more balance when viewed from the side today. But this 2-year-old, real up and comer, keep an eye on her. But it's for that balance when viewed from the side, that overall strength and general appearance. Our three-year-old will be my reserve champion. Congratulations. And that is our best udder goes to our grant.
I believe we have a couple of group classes for the La Mancha breed. As soon as we verify tattoos, we will get those started. And then we'll be following with the all other purebreds.
This is our group class here. First, we'll talk about our produce of dam. Uh, the bookends here, this peach doe and this black doe, 2 does who are very consistent as far as beautifully balanced mammary systems, obviously very capacious, very dairy does. Then when we look at all 3 as a whole for our best 3, again, we're seeing consistency in type, consistency of very well balanced, well supported mammary systems, very dairy does, again, deserving of blue ribbon.
First place, produce of dam. First place, best 3, go to Faith Hitch. We're now ready to start our all other purebreds.
A really nice single entry to start off our AOP milkers. A very nice 2 year old with a very well attached mammary system, well deserving of a first place as well as first place mammary system. We'll see her back in the grand lineup.
First place of your all other purebred 2-year-old milker is an Oberhausley. Goes to White Rock Farm, Katie Jackson. In the ring now, we have our all other purebreds. It's an Oberhausley.
Right, a nice single entry here in our AOP 3 year old doe who is really excelling in dairy strength today. I mean, just look at that long, elegant neck that she has, as well as a very nice, well attached, balanced mammary system, well deserving of a blue ribbon, and she'll be our first place udder as well.
First place in your 3-year-old all other purebreds goes to Katie Jackson. We're now ready for our all other purebreds 4-year-old milkers, please.
A really beautiful pair of Oberhausley does here. I think that they're both very similar in type, but there's a few trade-offs. The doe here in one today has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more extension to that brisket today. She's a little tighter at that point of elbow whenever she's on the move than the doe here in two. She has a more capacious mammary today than the doe in two. However, the doe in two today is showing us more smoothness of blending of that forerudder, a little more balance between the halves today. So our second place doe will actually be my first place udder.
First place in our 4-year-old all other purebred goes to Katie Jackson. Second to Katie Jackson. We're now ready for our 5-year-old all other purebreds.
Right, this is our class of AOP 5 and over. Both these does out here are our Oberhausleys. We're going to start off with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She has more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's got a longer bone pattern throughout than the doe here in two. Our first place doe will be our first place udder. This second place to really want to commend for that nice width that we're seeing throughout, especially in that chest floor today. Thank you.
As we're getting ready in the ring, we're getting ready for our champion all other purebred doe. So we are bringing our first and second place winners in from their respective classes. At the completion of this and verification of tattoos, we will be bringing on our Nigerian dwarfs.
All right, a lovely lineup here for our AOP Grandin Reserve milkers, all over Hosley. Obviously, you see beautiful bay-colored does out here. It's a lot of dairy strength that we're seeing out here. Great openness, angularity with these does. Very capacious mammary systems. Very dairy productive, correct type does. For me, there's a doe out here who is really pulling together the balance of that mammary system, coupled with some really awesome general appearance in feet and legs, levelness over that top line. And that's going to be our 2-year-old. She'll be our grand champion. Congratulations. She'll also be our best udder as well. Beautiful balance when viewed from the side of that mammary system. Beautiful attachment. As we look at the rest of our lineup here, again, some really beautiful does. I'm going to go up here to our 3-year-old. She'll be our reserve. She's very similar in type to our 2-year-old, maybe just not carrying quite as much capacity to that mammary system, extension of that foreudder today, but a doe who just really has a lot of width overall, strength. Congratulations.
We have a couple of group classes for our AOP, and then we will be starting with our Nigerians. So if they can be making their way to ringside as soon as our group classes are judged. In our AOP, I believe we have two groups, one being a dam and daughter, the second will be the herd, and then we will need our Nigerian dwarfs to ringside, please.
Really nice pair of Oberhausley does here in our AOP dam and daughter. Dam is on the right, daughter is on the left here. And we can see some consistency in type between the two, as well as some improvements, particularly to that mammary system in the daughter here. A pair of does well deserving of a blue ribbon.
Winner of your dam and daughter class goes to Katie Jackson. We are now ready for our all other purebreds dairy herd.
This is our dairy herd entry for our AOP. Really nice group of Oberhausley does out here. Really appreciate the width and that rump that we're seeing. Really nice, well attached mammary systems on these does. Very dairy productive does, deserving of a blue ribbon.
Winner of your dairy herd and the AOP breed is Katie Jackson. We are now ready for our Nigerian dwarfs to be making it to ringside. Just a reminder to all exhibitors, if you've had a breed champion so far, when we pull those in for best in show, we ask that they be milked out. If you've had a breed champion so far, or if you have one before we end today, we ask that those breed champions be milked out, please. We are waiting for our yearling milker Nigerian dwarfs to make it into the ring, please. Yearling milker Nigerian dwarfs need to be entering the ring.
All right, a really nice start off here to our Nigerian dwarf milkers. Starting off the class with this really nice yearling milker here in one. She has the advantage today in mammary system. She's showing us a little more height up into that rear udder today, a little bit more smoothness of that. Smoothness of blending of that forerunner into that body wall. And then whenever she tracks around the ring, she tends to level off a little more, particularly in the loin there than the doe in two. The doe in two over the doe in three for her advantage in mammary system. She shows us more balance when viewed from the side today than this doe in three. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of barrel, more depth of flank today than this doe here in three. The doe in three over the doe in four for her advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more capacity to that mammary system today, more balance when viewed from this side than the doe in four. 4/5 for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe in five. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's a little sharper in those withers than this doe here in five. The doe in five, I'm going to come in for that nice openness of ribbing.
In our yearling milker Nigerian dwarf class, first place goes to Mark Ware, second to Mark Ware, third to Montana Fed. We are now ready for our 2-year-old Nigerian dwarf milkers, 2-year-old Nigerian dwarfs.
All right, a nice class of 2-year-old Nigerian dwarf milkers starting off the class with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in mammary system. She has more balance today when viewed from the side than the doe here in two. Then in terms of rear udder, she's a little higher and wider into that rear udder today than the doe in two. She also has the advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little straighter on those forelegs today than the doe in two. 2/3 in her turn. For her advantage in mammary system, she's a little wider in that rear udder today than the doe in two. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's a little cleaner about that thigh today than the doe in three. 3/4 in her turn for her advantage in mammary system. She has a more capacious mammary today than the doe here in four. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us a little more width in that chest floor today than the doe in four. 4/5 for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe in five. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of heart today than this doe in five. The doe in five, I want to come in for that really lovely texture to that mammary system. Thank you.
First place Nigerian dwarf in the 2-year-old milker class goes to Mark Ware. Second to Montana Fed. Third to Mark Ware. We're now ready for our 3-year-old Nigerian dwarf milkers.
a nice class of 3-year-old Nigerian dwarf milkers starting off the class with this doe here in one today. A very interesting pair for the top two here. The second place doe, unfortunately, had a little hoof trim fiasco, so she's not moving around the ring with quite as much ease as you would expect. So the doe here in one today has that as an advantage. Her general appearance, she has the advantage. She's less tendency to roach in that loin today than the doe in two. She walks around the ring with a little more ease than this doe in two. The doe in two over the doe in three. Our second place doe will be my first place udder for the class. Doe who really is showing us so much balance when viewed from the side, so much height and width in that rear udder today. She also has the advantage in general appearance, albeit she's, like I said, not tracking around the ring as smoothly as maybe she normally would. However, in that front end, she's still a little tighter at that point of elbow today when she's on the move than this doe here in three. 3/4 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's straighter on those forelegs today than this doe in four. And then in terms of mammary system, she's also showing us more capacity to that mammary system today than this doe in four. The doe in four, I do want to commend for that really nice texture to that mammary system.
First place in our 3-year-old Nigerian dwarf class goes to Mark Ware. Second to Mark Ware. Third to Montana Fed. We are now ready for our 4-year-old Nigerian dwarf milkers. In the ring now, we have our 4-year-old Nigerian dwarfs. They are being evaluated by our judge. These are 4-year-old Nigerian dwarfs.
This is our class of 4-year-old Nigerian dwarf milkers, starting off with the doe ear in one today. She has the advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more balance when viewed from this side. She's higher and wider in that rear udder today than the doe here in two. She also, in terms of dairy strength, is sharper about those withers today than the doe in two. The doe in two over the doe in three for her advantage and general appearance. She's more correctly angulated in those rear legs when viewed from behind than the doe in three. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of heart today than the doe here in three. 3/4 for her advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more balance when viewed from this side. And then in terms of general appearance, she's more level over that top line, particularly in the area of the loin today, than this doe here in four. 4/5 for her advantage in general appearance. She's tighter in those shoulders today than this doe here in five. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width into that chest floor than the doe in five. The doe in five want to come in for that nice capacity to that mammary system. Thank you. Right, this is our class of 5 and over Nigerian dwarf milkers. Starting off the class with this doe here and one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring with a little more correct angulation to those rear legs up into that stifle today. And then in terms of smoothness of blending, that neck just blends more smoothly into those withers today than this doe here in two. The doe in two here will be our first place mammary system. It's for that advantage in mammary system that she's placing over this third place doe. She's higher and wider into that rear udder with more balance when viewed from the side. And in terms of general appearance and that front end assembly, she's showing us more width in that chest floor and just tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs in the doe here in three. 3/4 for her advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more capacity to that mammary system today, more balance when viewed from the side. And in terms of dairy strength, she's cleaner in that thigh, more open and angular today than this doe here at the end of the line. The doe at the end of the line, I like to come in for that nice long neck she has.
First place in your 5-year-old Nigerian dwarf class goes to Mark Ware, second to Mark Ware, third to Jalen Wheeler. So we are now ready for all of our first and second place in their respective classes to come in for champion Nigerian dwarf. I need all first and second place into the ring, please. In the ring now, we have our drive for champion Nigerian dwarf senior doe. These are yearlings up to 5 and over does. These are the winners and second places in their respective classes. Once we've picked our grand and reserve and best udder, we will verify their tattoos, and then we will have a couple of group classes, and the Nubians can start making their way up to ringside, please.
All right, this is our lineup for our Nigerian dwarf Grand and Reserve milkers. Really beautiful classes of does today. Thank you so much to the exhibitors for the quality, just head to tail from this line. Beautiful balance to these mammary systems when viewed from the side or the rear. Does who all on the move are very correct in those feet and legs and all well deserving of being top of their class, very competitive does. Today, there's a doe out here who I think is showing us the most balance in that scorecard between mammary system, general appearance, body capacity, dairy strength. Uh, and that's going to be our 2-year-old. She'll be our grand champion today. Congratulations. So we bring in the second place doe. Like I said, just so much quality here from top to bottom. Another doe who is so well balanced in that mammary system, maybe quite not showing us as much angularity today as some of the older, more mature does ahead of her in the line today. And it's for that advantage in dairy strength that our age doe will be my reserve champion. Congratulations. Really nice single entry here in our Get of Sire class. Yeah, three different dams here. Does who all have very well attached mammary systems, very correct in general appearance, well deserving of a blue ribbon today. Really nice producive dam here. Two different sires in our Nigerian dwarf producive dam class does who are very consistently correct in that general appearance. Dairy, angular does with well attached capacious mammary systems, well deserving of a blue ribbon today.
Little catching up. First place in your Get of Sire for your Nigerian dwarf goes to Mark Ware. First place in your produce of dam, Nigerian dwarf goes to Mark Ware. We're now ready for a Nigerian dwarf herd.
Another really nice single entry here in our Nigerian dwarf group classes. A beautiful dairy herd. Just look at the overall area of attachment on these mammary systems. Beautiful productive mammaries attached to these really correct dairy angular does, well deserving of a blue ribbon.
Winner of your dairy herd for the Nigerian dwarf goes to Mark Ware. We're now ready for our Nubians. We're now ready for our Nubian senior does, please. I think we are starting with the yearling milker Nubian.
A nice single entry here to start off our Nubian milkers. Really angular, open, yearling milker here. Love the breed character we're seeing about the head, well deserving of a blue ribbon, and we'll see her back in the grand lineup later.
Only a single entry in our Nubian yearling milker class, but class winner, Penny Highbarger, was your class winner. We're now ready for our 2-year-old Nubian milkers. Attention dairy goat exhibitors, at the completion of the show, if you are interested, we can have next level images, do backdrop photos. They are doing such a great job in the ring right now, getting individual photos of your animals as they're going around the ring. They can do backdrop photos for you as well at the completion of the show. Just let them know.
This is our class of Nubian 2-year-old milkers. Starting off the class with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more extension to that forudder today and teats more squarely placed on that mammary floor today than the doe in 2. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of barrel, more spring of rib today than the doe in 2. 2/3 in her turn for her advantage. In mammary system, she's showing us more width to that rear udder today than the doe in 3. And then in terms of general appearance, she's showing us more breed character about that head today than the doe in 3. The doe in 3 over the doe in 4 for her advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more balance when viewed from the side of that mammary system than the doe here in 4. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us a little bit more depth of heart today than this doe here in 4. 4/5, kind of a close placing between these does, but the doe here in 4 today has the advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs when she's on the move than the doe in 5, as well as she's more level over that top line, particularly in the area of the loin than the doe in 5. The doe in 5 will come in for that nice loose pliable skin she has. Thank you.
First place in your Nubian 2-year-old milker class goes to Lisa Light. Second to Lisa Light. We're now ready for our 3-year-old Nubians. 3-year-old Nubians in milk, please. While we're waiting for those to come in class, I once again like to introduce our judge, Miss Chelsea Sachs. She's been raising dairy goats for 27 years with her family in Middle Tennessee. She specializes in the Alpine and La Manchas. Chelsea became a licensed judge in 2024 and has appreciated the opportunity to judge dairy goats across the country. We are grateful to have her here today, and Watch her evaluate our animals.
Right, this is our class of 3-year-old Nubian milkers, starting off with the doe here in one. She has the advantage today in mammary system. She's higher and wider in that rear udder with more balance when viewed from the side than the doe here in two. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width into that barrel today than the doe in two. The doe in two over the doe in three, a little closer placing here, but the doe in two has the advantage today in mammary system, showing us more balance between the halves, and the doe here in three. The doe in three want to come in for that nice long dairy neck she has.
In our 3-year-old Nubian class, first place goes to Lisa Light, second to Lisa Light, third to Gabe Cash. We're now ready for 4-year-old Nubian milkers. 4-year-old Nubian milkers.
Really beautiful entry here in our 4-year-old Nubian milkers class. Doe with a really nice attached mammary system. Really appreciate the angularity we're seeing here. That really nice dairy strength, in addition to just beautiful breed character about this doe. A doe who's well deserving of a first place, and we'll see her back in the lineup.
Winner of your 4-year-old Nubian class goes to Penny Highbarger. We are now ready for 5-year-old Nubians. 5-year-old Nubians to the ring, please. Just a heads up to exhibitors, we have our Nubian 5 and older class in the ring. Next, we will be picking for our grand champion Nubian doe. After that, we've got a couple of classes, and we go to the Toggenburg breed, and I think we've only got a single entry in that breed, so it will not take very long. No group classes, and then we will fall into recorded grade. So just a heads up to our recorded grade people, we will not be very long till we start with your breed.
Right. A nice pair of Nubian does here in our 5 and over class. The doe here in one today, though, has the advantage in mammary system, showing us more balance when viewed from the side, having a slightly more capacious mammary system today than this doe here in two. And in terms of dairy strength, she's got a longer, leaner neck today, slightly longer bone pattern throughout than this doe here in two. The doe in two, one of them come in for that really nice body capacity we're seeing in her today. Thank you.
In your Nubian class 5 and over, first place to Lisa Light, second to Lisa Light. We are now ready for all of our class winners and seconds to make their way back into the ring, all first and seconds to the ring so that we can pick champion Nubian, please.
Right, this is our lineup for our Nubian Granite Reserve Milker. Really appreciate the breed character we're seeing on these does out here. Beautiful heads and ears on these does who I think are very quintessentially Nubian whenever you see them out here. Really appreciate that. Really nice from head to tail, openness, angularity, really dairy type does out here. However, there's a doe who really has a clear advantage today in overall area of attachment of that mammary system, coupled with just some phenomenal general appearance. And that's going to be our 2-year-old. She'll be my grand champion today. Congratulations. So we bring in the second place doe, a doe who is very angular, very dairy doe, maybe not showing, and obviously she's a 2-year-old, but not showing us as much maturity as some of these does ahead of her in line. But, you know, she'll get there one day, but she's an up and coming doe, we'll say. As we look ahead of the line, there's a doe who is just so striking when she's on the move, very correct in general appearance, and again, a beautifully attached mammary system. Just beautiful dairy strength, long, elegant neck, beautiful Nubian head. That'll be our 4-year-old. She'll be my reserve champion today. Congratulations.
We're going to take a few minutes and verify the tattoos on these animals, and then we will start into the group classes. I think we have 3 or 4 group classes. We'll follow with the Toggenburg breed. I think we have a single entry in that, and then follow with recorded grades.
nice single entry here in our producive dam for our Nubians. Two does that really appreciate the consistency and width that we're seeing in that rump. Very dairy, angular does, well deserving of a blue.
First place in our produce of dam goes to Lisa Light. Just a reminder as we're on the downhill slope for the show, if you have a breed champion, we would like those to be milked out for our best in show when we get ready. Your breed champions need to be milked out, please.
All right, two nice entries here in our Nubian dairy herd. Our first place dairy herd here will be on my left. They're consistently just showing us more balance in that memory system when viewed from the side, more height and width to that rear udder today that we're seeing here on the second place dairy herd on our right. The second place dairy herd want to come in for that nice angularity that we're seeing, that nice breed type as well. Thank you.
In our Nubian herd classes, first place goes to Lisa Light, second to Lisa Light. We're now ready for our Toggenburg breed. I believe we only have a single entry, and then we will go into our recorded grades. So, recorded grades, you'll be in the ring here shortly.
All right, this is our single entry in our Toggenburg Milkers, a really nice 2-year-old doe here. Really appreciate the overall attachment that we're seeing in this mammary system, as well as the capacity. Really appreciate the strength and general appearance, those feet and legs. Really nice top line on this doe here, a doe who's well deserving of a first place, as well as she'll be our grand champion in our togs, as she's the only one, and first place udder. Best udder.
Just a reminder to our exhibitors, we have Next Level in the ring taking photos. You can look them up online and see your rows of the dairy goats that they've taken so far. Also, if you would like backdrop pictures, Next Level can do that for you also. Please look them up and try to get something worked out with them. Toggenburg winner goes to Josh Cornett.
All right, a really nice pair of does to start off our recorded grade yearling milkers here. One's placing over 2 today for her advantage and dairy strength. She's a little cleaner about that thigh today than the doe here in 2. And then in terms of general appearance, she's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs, more strength to that rear pastern today than the doe in 2. The doe in 2 want to come in just a really powerful doe. Really appreciate the dairy strength that we're seeing coupled with that, as well as beautiful mammary system. Thank you.
First place in your yearling milker recorded grade goes to Faith Hitch. Second to Rodney Danowski. We are now ready for our 2-year-old recorded grades. All right, nice class of 2-year-old milkers in our recorded grade, starting off with this doe here in 1. Yeah, she is on a milk through, so she's maybe not quite as fresh as some of the does behind her, but a doe who's obviously a very productive doe while maintaining this body condition. She has the advantage today in mammary system, having overall more area of attachment than this doe here in 2 behind her, more extension and smoothness of blending of that forerunner. And then she also has the advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe here in 2. The doe in 2 over the doe in 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs today when viewed from the side than the doe in 2. More correctness in that front end assembly with less motion up in those shoulders when she's on the move than the doe here in 3. The doe in 3, I do want to commend for the nice capacity to that mammary system today. Thank you. As we've got our recorded grades out here in the ring, we have our 3-year-old milkers. We'll be following this breed by our sable. I think there's eight or nine sables, but if you have won a breed or a reserve and have not signed the ROA, can you please come up and sign that? That way we can get them, lined up at the end of the show for the best in show. Also a reminder for best in show, if you have a breed champion, we need those animals milked out, please.
Right, this is our class of recorded grade 3-year-olds, starting off with this doe here, hen one. She has the advantage today in mammary system. She's showing us more balance when viewed from the side than the doe here in two. Then she also has the advantage in dairy strength. She's cleaner about that thigh, more arched up into that flank today than the doe in two. The doe in two over the doe in three for her advantage in general appearance, showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs, particularly when she's on the move than the doe here in two. She's also showing us more smoothness of blending of that neck into those withers today than the doe here in three. 3/4 for her advantage in mammary system. She's showing us overall more capacity to that mammary system, more balance when viewed from this side. And then in terms of general appearance, she tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs today than our doe here in four. 4/5 for her advantage in mammary system. She's showing us more height to that rear udder today than the doe here in five. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of heart today than this doe here at the end of the line. They do at the end of the line, do come in for that nice openness of ribbing.
First place in our 3-year-old recorded grade goes to Faith Hitch. Second to Rodney Danowski. Third to Rodney Danowski. We are now ready for our 4-year-old recorded grades. 4-year-old recorded grades, please. Currently in the ring, we have our recorded grade dairy goats. These are 4-year-old milkers. These are recorded grades, so you may see a couple of different styles out there for this breed.
Nice class of 4-year-old recorded grades here, starting off with this doe at the head of the line. She has the advantage today in mammary system. She's showing us more balance when viewed from the side, more extension to that forwarder today than the doe in 2. Then in terms of general appearance, she's showing us a little more smoothness of blending of that neck into those withers today than the doe in 2. 2/3 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's tighter in that front end assembly today whenever she's on the move. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of heart, more depth of barrel, spring of rib than this doe here in third. The third place doe over the fourth place doe for her advantage in general appearance. She's more level over that top line when she's on the move, particularly in the area of the loin than this doe here at the end of the line. And in terms of body capacity, she's showing us a little more spring of rib today than this fourth place doe. The fourth place doe want to come in for the nice texture to that mammary system.
First place for our 4-year-old recorded grade goes to Rodney Danowski. Second to Debbie Haberlin. Third to Caitlin Kreider. We're now ready for our 5-year-old recorded grades. 5-year-old recorded grade, please.
We had a fun class of aged does here in our recorded grade milkers, starting off the class with this doe here. And first, she has the advantage today in mammary system. She's showing us more height to that rear udder, more balance when viewed from the side. And then in terms of general appearance, she's straighter in those forelegs, a little cleaner about the knees than the doe here in two. 2/3 in her turn for her advantage in mammary system. The third place doe here is in a milk through, and we do want to consider age and stage of lactation. However, the doe in second place here has the advantage with more balance when viewed from the side of that mammary system today than this third place doe. And then when she moves around the ring, she tracks with a little more proper angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind than this doe here in third. The third place doe over the fourth place doe. For her advantage in mammary system, she's showing us more extension to that forerunner, more smoothness of blending. Than this fourth place doe. She also has the advantage in body capacity, showing us more depth of heart, more width into that chest floor than this fourth place doe. The fourth place doe over the fifth place doe. For her advantage in mammary system, she's showing us more height to that rear udder today, more balance when viewed from this side than this fifth place doe. She also has the advantage in body capacity. She's a little bit wider in that chest floor today than this fifth place doe. The fifth place doe over the sixth place doe. She has the advantage in general appearance. Now, there is a slight age difference here at the end of the line. This doe at the end of the line is a 10-year-old doe on more than 2 years of being milked through. Again, we want to consider their age and stage and lactation. However, this fifth place doe is showing us more strength in general appearance, particularly in strength of rear pasterns, angulation to those rear legs today when viewed from the side than the sixth place doe. And the sixth place doe, again, I want to come in being on a milk through a very productive doe, a 10-year-old doe who's obviously still sound and productive, and we appreciate seeing that.
In our 5-year-old recorded grade class, first place goes to Faith Hitch, second to Katie Jackson, third to Katie Jackson. We are now ready to pick our champion recorded grade, so I need all first and second place winners from their respective classes into the ring, please.
All right, this is our grand and reserve lineup for our recorded grade milkers. Really appreciate the variety that we've seen. However, very strong dairy productive type does. Recorded grades can always be just so much fun to see what's out there, and how things can shake out. It's really incredible seeing just from head to tail beautiful angular correct does. Uh, we have everything from very obviously productive yearling down here all the way to the head of the line with a doe, aged doe who's on a milk through from last year and obviously still a very productive doe. I think that for me today that there's a doe who's so well balanced, particularly in all parts of the scorecard between, memory system, general appearance, body capacity, dairy strength, and it's especially for that strength and general appearance that our 3-year-old will be my grand. Congratulations. So we look at the second place 3-year-old here, a doe who's just such a powerful doe. Really appreciate the strength and substance of bone, still paired with femininity here. Doe who her memory system really nice to get your hands on. Really appreciate the balance that we're seeing with that. A doe who's very similar in style to the grand, and it's for that reason I'm going to stay in this class. Just a beautiful, beautiful doe in general appearance. She'll be our reserve. Congratulations. Right, this is our class of dam and daughter for our recorded grade milkers. Our first place will be here in the center of the ring. Our dams on the left, daughter on the right. Very consistency of type here we're seeing in these does. Does who can consistently have a lot of width, a lot of balance, a lot of power. In addition to very well attached mammary systems, they have that advantage over our second place group, producive dam here on our left. Again, dam on the left, daughter on the right. The dam here showing us more consistency in transmitting that strength and general appearance today over our third place producive dam. Down here on the end, we have two daughters, dam in the middle. Our third place dam and daughter will be this center and left pair here. Just seeing more improvement over that dam here in this daughter on the left than we are today in this daughter on the right. However, we're still seeing a lot of consistency across the group here. This is our Get of Sire class for our recorded grades. Our first place get will be here on my right. We're seeing more consistent strength and general appearance, feet and legs today, and body strength and body capacity. Then we are our second place Get of Sire here in the center of the ring. Those who have the advantage today over the third place Get of Sire, and their strength and mammary system overall showing us more consistent overall area of attachment and balance to that mammary system than the third place Get of Sire. Really appreciate the depth of barrel we're seeing in this third place Get of Sire.
In our Get Her Sire class for the recorded grade, first place goes to Faith Hitch, second to Caitlin Kreider, third to Caitlin Kreider. Believe now we're ready for produce of dame.
This is our producive dam for our recorded grade breed. Starting off here with the produce here on my left. This will be our first place produce. We're seeing more consistency and strength of general appearance today and body capacity than we are our second place produce of dam here. This second from the left group, they have the advantage over the third place group here at the end, and general strength in that overall mammary system consistency with overall area of attachment, in addition to strength and general appearance, feet and legs. And the third place group over the fourth place group of producive dam, it's for their strength in general appearance, that consistency in rear leg angulation we're seeing today. This fourth place group, I'd like to commend for their body capacity, spring of rib.
First place in your produce of dame goes to Katie Jackson. Second, Caitlin Kreider. Third to Caitlin Kreider. We're now ready for our recorded grade herd.
These are dairy herds for a recorded grade. Our first place is going to be here on the right. We're just seeing more consistency of type overall in these individuals, more consistent balance to that mammary system than the group here on the left. The does on the left want to come in this group for their nice openness of ribbing, spring of rib.
First place for your dairy herd goes to Caitlin Kreider. Second to Caitlin Kreider. I believe we're ready for our sables now. We have a sable yearling milker.
Nice single entry here to start off our sable show. Really appreciate the balance we're seeing to this mammary system in this yearling milker, the nice openness of ribbing, strength and general appearance, a doe well deserving of a blue ribbon.
Winner of your yearling milker sable goes to Debbie Haberlin. We're now ready for our 2-year-old sable milkers.
Nice pair of does here for our 2-year-old sable milker. Starting off with this doe here in first, she has the advanced Shan mammary system with more balance between the halves today than the second place doe. In terms of general appearance, she's more correctly angulated in those rear legs when viewed from behind than this second place doe. Second place doe, I want to come in for the really nice depth of barrel, depth of body we're seeing in this doe today.
In your 2-year-old class of sables, first place goes to Debbie Haberlin. Second to Michaela Cornett. We have no 3-year-old sable milkers. We are now entering the class our 4-year-old sable. 4-year-old sables entering the class. Just a reminder to all exhibitors, if you had a breed winner for today or best udder, we need those animals milked out for the show. And also, if you have not signed your ROAs, please get those done so we can get the animals in for best in show.
Really beautiful single entry here for our 4-year-old sable milkers. Really appreciate the productive, well-attached mammary system that we're seeing on this doe, and the depth of body, spring of rib, strength and general appearance, a doe well deserving of a first place.
First place for your 4-year-old goes to Debbie Haberlin. We're now ready for all of our first and second place sables back into the ring. We have no age does, so we need all first and second place. I do not have any group classes in the sable breed, so once we get the first and seconds in and pick our grand and reserve and verify tattoos, we will be ready to get those milked out and then go for our best in show.
This is our lineup for our sable, grand, and reserve milker. You know, we have a few age groups lacking, but really appreciate the quality that we're still seeing with these sable does out here. We have this yearling down here who really appreciate the angulation to those rear legs. Nice, promising mammary system on her, nicely attached. This doe here in the center of there, really appreciate the balance that we're seeing to that mammary system. The strength in those feet and legs, angulation to those rear legs, openness of ribbing. As we move up to our 4-year-old doe here, a doe who just has a really striking silhouette, a doe who's really elegant on the move and has a very nice, productive mammary system. I think that she's the one who's just pulling it all together today in terms of the scorecard, and she'll be our grand and as well as our best editor of breed. Congratulations. She's a single entry. And it's for that strength in that mammary system today that this doe here, now at the head of the line, formerly in the center of the, will be our reserve champion. Congratulations.
While we're waiting to get the does milked out for our best in show, I'd like to present an award. If someone from Maple Crest Farm can come up to the stand, they have gotten top herdsman award. We have a banner for you, so if I've got a representative to come up and get that, that would be great. Attention exhibitors. We are going to start our best in show in about 10 minutes. It'll be 1 o'clock. So if I can get all those does milked out and in the makeup ring at 1 o'clock, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for our best doe in show and best udder. We will bring them into the ring, the show order that we had today. So if you've got your doe at the ring, we are ready to bring them in to pick for best doe in show and best udder. As soon as the in the ring, we have our Alpine by Kevin Kinney, our Sonnen by Michaela Cornett, our La Mancha by Mackenzie Adair, our All Other Purebred by Katie Jackson, the Nigerian Dwarf, Mark Ware, the Nubian, Lisa Light, the Toggenburg, also by Michaela Cornett. Our recorded grade is by Faith Hitch, and our Sable, Debbie Haberlin. These are your breed champions for today. These represent their breed characters and standards to the best. This is what our judge has selected for our lineup. This is the cream of the crop for today. So congratulations to all and best of luck.
All right, this is our lineup for our best senior doe and show here at the Kentucky State Fair. Before I get started, I just want to say thank you so much to the Kentucky State Fair for having me out. It's been an honor and a privilege. I know that state fairs are where so many memories are made, and I appreciate getting to have the opportunity to, have a small role in that. So thank you. Thank you so much to the exhibitors for bringing out such beautiful animals for us to admire here today. Just really look at this lineup out here, just quality from top to bottom. And these sort of animals don't get that way by themselves. It's a lot of time and hard work. And I just really appreciate that from these exhibitors today. We'll start off looking at our sable doe here at the tail end of the line, a doe who's just so powerful. Really appreciate the depth of body, that strength and general appearance that we see in this doe. Doe who milked out just a very productive doe. As we move up to our recorded grade doe, a doe who's so stylish, so elegant on the move, very strong in those feet and legs, and just absolutely milked down to nothing. Beautiful texture to that mammary system. The tog doe here, single entry in her breed, but a doe who could stand so much more competition within that breed. Appreciate the strength in feet and legs that we're seeing in this doe today. Our Nubian doe here, a doe who just love the breed character that we're seeing about the head. A doe who, whenever she was full of milk, just lovely mammary system on this doe. A doe who's also very long and stretchy. Our Nigerian here, kind of to the center of the ring, doe who very striking in the side profile. It's very elegant doe on the move, milked out here. Absolutely just love the texture to this mammary system. Really appreciate the dairiness and angularity that we're seeing in this doe. Our AOP here, our Oberhausley, another doe who I just really appreciate the breed character we're seeing, a beautiful shade of bay here, and really love the strength in those rear legs, the angulation we're seeing. A doe who's so very dairy and open, but not frail. She's still showing us substance of bone, and a doe who also just really milked down to just a very nice texture to that mammary system. Our La Mancha doe here, I think, very upstanding doe who's very strong in general appearance, a doe who beautiful balance that mammary system when she was full, and a doe who's milked down very well, a very productive La Mancha doe here. Really appreciate that depth of body that we see in her today. Our Saanen doe, doe who, as you can probably see, a doe who's very open and angular, really nice doe to get your hands on here. Really appreciate a lot of that strength that we're seeing in those feet and legs as well with that doe. Our Alpine doe here at the head of the line, another doe who's just so striking and elegant on the move in terms of general appearance. A doe who, whenever that mammary was full, just absolutely beautiful balance to that mammary system, beautiful height to that rear udder. Doe who, in terms of dairy strength, just has a beautiful, long, elegant neck. It's not an easy job picking the best doe in show out here today with so many beautiful animals. I think, however, that there is a doe here who just has an advantage today whenever she's on the move. She's needs the least amount of help, I think, in setting up. I think that this doe could set herself up, and she's just so correct that she doesn't need a whole lot of help. And that's going to be my Nigerian here. She's going to be my best senior doe in show. Congratulations. And then while we while we have them out here still, I will say that she was our best udder. I believe each breed here. Yes, these were our best udders for our breed as well. She and the recorded grade down here both milked out absolutely beautifully. And while I appreciate this, overall area of attachment, beautiful strength to these mammary systems, that's where the competition was laying in my mind. And I think that it's for that overall more height to that rear udder, more just milked down to nothing. The Nigerian's also going to be our best udder in show. Congratulations.
So your best doe in show and your best udder in show goes to Mark Ware, the GAPS Prize Nigerians. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the 2026 Kentucky State Fair Dairy Goat Show. We are glad you're here. We appreciate our exhibitors. Just a few reminders. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, there will be an exhibitors meeting. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, exhibitors meeting here on the bleachers. Also, we have not had anybody interested in the costume contest for tomorrow. If you are, please let us know.